Hello. Let's get started today. Pull up our close you first. Then we'll pull up our board. We were working on characters needing buffs and debuffs. So let's think about that. First, let's get ourselves a branch. Do all that lovely bookkeeping. And then let's have a think. These can get collapsed down real quick. We'll just get everything tidied up like so. All right. So we're going to want to put some extra information, right? Because we'll want, well, I say we will want, but normally in a game, there are buffs that are cumulative and there are things that do not stack, right? That's gonna be probably something we want. To support as like a notion, just a thing that we have considered at a level to where it's usable, right? So we need to think about how we go about that. And I think we're gonna want this. And what will it do? What will it have? How about something like that? Probably want that. We also got to think about how do we make this manageable, right? We're going to want okay, so if we keep it private to the character package, then we can make a creation helper let's think about what exactly my thinking is we want to check some things here. The things that we're going to want to check are, does this apply to a valid thing, right? And if it's private and it's created via a constructor, then whatever calls the thing, right, will be able to get an error back if they try to create a modifier that is invalid. But I'm also wondering if there is some sort of thing that we should be doing here, to make these serializable, to store them. Is that relevant to the database? Maybe. And maybe we want to store some sort of debuffs, right? Instead of having them be created on the fly, maybe we want to list select from. That might be interesting. And I think some of that is going to have to be shaken out in when we go to start making this dynamic and such. Hey, Mr. Pluck. Pregnant. I was wondering if it would show up in OBS when I sent a message before I was connected, if it would like load old stuff. It doesn't, interestingly enough. How's things today? How's the suffering? How was yesterday's suffering? Very. Sometimes that's the way it be. We'll do it again. Excellent. I forgot to ask you yesterday, how did your meeting go that you mentioned before my break? This is the way. It is the way. Okay, so for now, We're going to build the simplest thing. So we're going to leave this as it is. 4 hours of suffering through meaningless discussion about why the team doesn't trust leadership with no result. That sounds like a meeting. I am sorry you had to do that. This is also why I avoid management. I don't want to be in those meetings. No interest in that. I just want to build cool stuff. The aforementioned leadership says a word at the beginning of the sentence, and it contradicts it by the end of the sentence. Yes. Yes, very. Very. I am kind of reminded about that, the red line sketch. Have you seen that on YouTube? Where they're in the meeting about drawing red lines, and they have their expert red line drawer guy. Normally I would eat anyone with such an attitude, but this is the CEO founder. If I know better than him, I should start my own business. Yeah. Yep. But also maybe you do know better because you're the red line expert. There was a friend of mine in a Discord channel that I'm in shared a job description, and it started with, I kind of hope to be fired to actually start the the job description started with, they're looking for, like, you know, a hardcore developer. It says you could be working at Fang, but you're too much of an entrepreneur to be a cog in the machine. And he's like, at the bottom, they said they expect 12-hour days and half days on Saturday. And I was like, man, I hate to break it to you, but the guy that's too much of an entrepreneur to be working at Fang is going to be your competitor, and he's going to be working those hours for himself. Like, nobody cares about your business but you. That's just facts, right? And at the end, it was like something about wanting to be passionate about, or bonus points for experience in their field. And I don't remember what it was, but the parenthetical was gray area. Like, what? I assume it's probably some AI web scraping startup, right? They also said they were funded, so that's about the only thing gets funded right now. Okay, so we have a modifier. Let's go. Let's put you on character manager. Or do we? Do you belong there? We had a discussion with the CEO. He explained, I used to work 10 to 12 hours a day at high intensity. And he's like, yeah, let's do it. And I'm continuing, for a life-changing amount of money. And he's like, no, first we make the money, and then we can talk about compensation. Doesn't work like this. Yeah. I worked in a job like that. The promise was always, if we make more things, things will get better. And then the goalposts kept moving. And then I got laid off. I'm not bitter about that. I'm much more cynical about promises these days. Service provided costs nothing. Oh, yeah. That's actually a good place to be. We were like a subsidiary of a little of a medium-sized company. We were a little company or business unit or whatever. And we kept our costs down because they were like, okay, well, we can put this in AWS. And I said, why? There's no reason to until we need that sort of scale, right? Because they had some traditional infrastructure. We had a couple hardware Proxmox servers, right? And so we just stood up our own Kubernetes cluster and spent $0 on cloud and utilized resources they already paid for, right? Okay, who knows about taking a part of MIT's Sloan School Master of Finance online school allows to more or less accurate price the promises? Is that on the MIT Open Courseware stuff, or is that something you have to go to MIT for? Actually, it should be, who knows about you? On edX, gotcha. Is that, I suppose I could just not click that, just look it up. Make sure I don't fall into any. I'll send a link. Okay. So Maine knows about Character Manager, and that's because it gives Character Manager to, this is client, we want server main. New character manager, because you give it to game manager, which makes sense. So Game Manager is the only place that knows about Character Manager currently, which again makes sense because it's mostly responsible for loading and unloading characters. And Game Manager kind of being the game manager, yeah, it makes sense to put a creation of a buff or debuff on here. I wonder if this should apply to skills as well. Let's just call it a modifier. We'll call this value to modify. And then we click on this. Wow, that was a long load. Go away. Oh, it only takes a year and $3,000. I'll see if there's any of these available on their first two are essential, others nice to have. Gotcha. I'll see if there's any of these available on their free course stuff, because they offer some courses for free. Yeah. Usually you have to pay to get like the actual completion certificate or whatever that actually counts, but you can enjoy the material itself. Yeah, exactly. Might be something interesting to kind of consider. Put in my Batman belt. Let's see here. So this will take some stuff. And proctored exam, yeah. Oh, we could actually hook into give it a duration as well. We could hook into the event loop and have Game Manager tell characters to do an event. Well, maybe Because that would get big. Maybe we don't want to do that. Let's leave that for now. And then let's also think about who should hold the idea of these to select from. That should live. Because we're going to want to be able to apply these from multiple places. Like if you had a room that was full of poison, right? You want to be able to have the map, when a character moves in, say, oh, by the way, because you're in here, this is applied to you. So that needs to live on the character. But if it's all in this same package, then we could put we want to do that though. What if should character manager? No, because then we'd have to wire everything through character manager, which might actually be the more correct way. Yeah, I think so. And then we'll want to have it be responsible for notification. But then something like map, game map would need to I guess it would just call with an ID if character manager had that notion. But I don't know that I want everything to run through like that, because it seems like just a bunch of complication for what may or may not be useful. What I could do is have, not you, character manager. Which is a list of modifier, or a slice of modifier. I could have that. They have names though, so I actually probably want this to be a map. We use the name as the key again. We're being able to easily tell if that's valid. And then creating this. I think for now we'll create it. Eventually, I think we're just going to load them. We could do... put them in the database, load them from a file. We could do a lot of things this way. I think probably file. In this instance, I don't know that it makes sense to have that in the database. It's not really... It's not really a thing that's relevant to persist, right? As long as you load them. But then what if you change it between runs? You have the problem either way. For now, this will solve the other problems as they crop up and rear their ugly heads. Right now, this just returns an error. So if we think about this, manager has a list of or a map rather of modifiers, meaning here modifiers, we make it that way it's not nil. Then a character is also going to have some modifiers. And I think this can just be a list. We might change that. We might make that a map based on an attribute. That way we can quickly say that I'm interested in all the things applying to this attribute. Yes, we're going to want that, I think. But it won't even be the name in this case. Probably. Thinking... because we want to make it able to be displayed as well. You should have the ability to be aware of what modifiers are on you in some way, or to discover that. So creating, we're going to say you're a new modifier. We'll make this value so we don't step on our name. First off, we will check attributes are things that only characters are aware of. So that might need to be changed. Comment you out right quick. We're gonna need to store these as well. Or do we? Yes, because we're gonna have to parse them from somewhere. That, or... yeah, we can just use the same structure. That'll be fine. Skulls. Skills. Like that. Should we call you... yes, probably. And for right now, where did we make? Oops. Stat array. This actually we should rename. Attributes to be consistent. Valid skills. Great skill array. And then when we do this, this should actually be skills. And then we load them directly. That's only for creation. That makes sense. These should all be our manager and its tests. Should all be char manager and tests. Let's make sure I didn't just break my character tests, which I shouldn't have. Good. Make sure, actually that already ran because it's all the same package. That's fine. That's good. Life is good. All right. So with that moved into there, now I can say jot down my thinking a little more clearly there. So actually leave that. What we want to do is say if we need to know. Yes, this is attributes, so attributes value to modify is not okay. Return errors dot new. Should we return an error or should we log an error? We should log an error. Because eventually this is going to be in... This could be a load of some way, shape, or form. And whatever's calling that this is going to end up being not an exported function. Load is going to use this helper, so the to-do becomes consume this in a loader function driven by file db, and then we're going to log an error that says that we might still return an error later and let the loader, damn it, Yeah, because the loader is going to want to decide what to do about that. So we'll make this make it return an error. Because if we call it for each thing, then we can log, we can fail, we can decide what to do. Yeah. I like that more. Can we, let's think, duration might wish to be a couple of things. No, if it's 0, then it's just forever. I think we're okay there. Is there anything else we need to check? No, I don't think so. I think we're good. We take this and we say your name is modifier name. We fill all fields because it'll be easier. Stacks with other. Stacks with self. Value. Duration. And then we return new modifier. Nope, we don't. Return no. We need to cm dot modifiers. Modifier name equals new modifier. So we store that. And then let's go ahead and test. And modify, actually, we can do if it's greater than 0, then we can say that the and we just print it, I guess. Because if we already have modifiers, we don't want to continue. We shouldn't currently. Just as a sanity check, then we do create the modifier. Let's do yeah, probably. Let's do this. Probably want to do that. And then we can do the name. Stacks with other. Stacks with self. Value to modify. Value to, oop, just value, thank you. Oh, it's not value, it's a modifier. And then duration. That. And then if we don't have an error, which we shouldn't, then we will compare what we pull back. And if it's not, then we can diff them. And throw out the diff. Because we'll do that shortly. But right, meow. Okay, brilliant. But instead we'll go that this goes away. This becomes if then. It's actually this exact same block except for that. If error is nil, then we should do that. Let's also do that. Excellent. Let's make sure everything runs together. Brilliant. Okay. Now that that's done, I I'm going to take a quick break and go use the restroom. Oh, it looks like I had an internet blip and my stream dropped earlier. That's unfortunate. Well, we're back, so there's that. But yeah, I'll be right back. All right, let me double check. Make sure everything came back up here. It looks like we're good. All right. There will probably be... Try to double check this. Yeah, the connection to Twitch for sure dropped. There's a extra VOD, but that's all right. I think I'm getting a little bit of a cold. Not ideal, but we will soldier on. So, that looking good. Tests are passing. We need basically the same function, except that. Oh, we also want hang on. This yeah, that's fine. These are actually going to need to be a list because we'll want to be able to apply multiple to a character, but we only want one that's valid. And this actually should be split up. Should this be... Yeah. This should be... Not strings, just code. I might have wanted to modify strength, that's fine. That. Just everything firing off because the stream dropped for a second there. Okay. This is attributes as well. Beautiful. Just to be paranoid, we'll run that. Life is good. So. We'll also want to do the same thing for basically exactly all this except it'll be for a skill. Or, no. Stop selecting that. This is for attributes, yes. This is for skills, yes. I already copied it, that's why. Except for this is valid skills. And this is not a valid skill to modify. You go into skill modifiers. Did I not make? I did not. Exactly like that. We're going to want to check these for duplicatiness in a second too, because it is a map and we don't want to overwrite stuff blindly. And we want to fix that in a second. That's all. All of this. Except for up here, we want to use not that, but the default right now. The name of that one, just so we have a valid skill. And let's do this. One thing didn't, because we didn't check the correct. We need to also modify valid skills. Nope, wait, that should be. Oh. Duh. Forget to change the call. That'll do it. And this passed because it is indeed not a valid skill. Ooh, that's not good. Why did we have a nil map? Because we added a field, but we didn't create it. Well, that'll fail because it crashed, but now it will go. Beautiful. Now we want to make sure we can just borrow this. Yes. Duplicate modifier. Let's get rid of that. Let's say well, hang on, let me think here. Yes. But I should leave this in place. And the only thing that should be the same here is that those can be false. Actually, that could be the same. And then if I do this, actually I'm just gonna copy. Nope, because I'm gonna need to do that. Like so. Name stacks with other, stacks with self. Forgot that. And then if error is nil, excuse me, error was not returned or with duplicate name, but should have been. And then we want to make sure let's actually do this. Oh, hello, little viewer bot. Wouldn't it be a shame if someone was to report you for spam? And then ban you? So sorry. Okay, so meow. We got that. I should. Change up and try to catch these bots with a moderation setting change here. Let's see if that helps catch these guys or not. Okay. So this should cover our duplication. Except Ah, it's because we did not. I did this. Was this in... Let's do that. See if we can stop it from panicking. Gotcha. Okay. Let's ditch diff here. What we'll do instead is we'll say, because I keep running into this problem where diff needs everything to be exported. It's really annoying. Or, yeah. What I need is to say that not as invalid test modifier added to manager. Let's throw a new line. We'll do a got, or yeah, do that. Throw in a new line. And that, and we'll do what we got was this. Brain fart. There we go. Yeah, we'll throw a new line on the end. That should stop it from panicking at least. Yeah. We're going to not that. This. And this, but this is skill. That's bad attribute, so we don't need that. Up here. Attribute. Attribute, yes. Dot, attribute modifiers. Modify your name. If that is okay, as in it exists. Like so. This should now pass. Life is good. We'll run that. All is happy. We're going to do the same thing for the skill modifiers, except we're going to steal you. That's fine, it can stay. Whoa. Craziness in the autocomplete. You... We're just gonna steal that. For the heck of it. These should be... skill modifiers. Valid test modifier, that should be fine. So this should fail because we haven't fixed that yet. Except for... need to change these as well. Now it should fail in the correct way. Brilliant. The test modifier was added. Now we can go in and actually just borrow this. It's kind of repetition-y, but we need to check different things, so... like so. And now we should pass. Good. Run this. Good. run the full set. Good. Love it. Life is good. Make sure our status looks correct. Yes. Now let's think about how we do modifiers. Because the question looming in my mind is still, do we want to run it through character manager or not? And it makes me wonder, because either the character will need to know who manages it, which seems kind of backwards, or we need to have other modules aware of the character manager. Right now, only game manager is. The other way we could do it is have game manager tell character manager that, but then we end up in trouble with the cyclical import, which Go does not allow. So we can't have that. What we need is sanity without running afoul of that, essentially. And what is the most sane way is the question. Without too much spaghetti. I think it has to go through the manager. 'Cause that's the only way to be sane about whether or not it's a valid modifier, or to look up a modifier if you want to figure out what your options are, right? So let's think about what that requires us to do. And if it makes sense to move things like notification. Or not. Doesn't make sense to leave notification to the character. I think it does. Because it's really just a pipe, right? That makes sense. But or does it make sense to make so that the game manager does that as part of the event loop? Maybe we use that. Maybe we do a handler. Maybe there's like the notion of a default handler. Maybe that is sane. Let's think here about actions. If we have a command type for this. Does that make our I think we want to do this on the character just from an architectural standpoint. Like it's kind of wonky from the code standpoint, but like it makes you, character manager makes you think it should be applying them, but then we have it all in one place, as opposed to each client handler has a reference to its character. And if an NPC has a handler or a thing that has a list of NPCs it handles, what if we just give characters all a reference to their own manager, and then when we create you, and when we load you, and that doesn't need to be stored in the database. It's exclusively a thing that happens when the character gets loaded up. I need to create myself a bug. We need to fix this. Not log, but do that instead. just for the sake of my sanity. And we can do... manager, oops. That should equal test manager. That'll fail because it panicked. Okay, now we're good. And then let's also run a full set of tests just to make sure I didn't break stuff. Good. Let's think here. Yeah, let's do this. Hey, thank you very much for the follow there. Savik? Can't. Sarvik? I'm sure I butchered that. I really appreciate it. That is also a follower goal. That's awesome. So, on our way to having some more folks hanging out. Love it. And I think that should also trigger a new goal. Automatically? Maybe? Maybe I have to do this. 30 is the new goal. There we go. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Okay. And then, once we do that, let's think here. What we'll need to do is character will need to have that can return an error. Or should it? No, it should not. Let me check. I don't have any to-dos in here. So we don't need to do any other things log-wise yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to say if we can get skill modifiers, modifier name is okay. Then what we're gonna do is a bunch of stuff. The alternative is we're going to not return, but we're going to log this. Just thinking about testing now, does it make sense to return that error? No, because the consumer isn't going to be able to do anything about that. So it makes sense just to log it here and be done. The game will continue to run, and somebody will have to fix things. Let's see how that approach treats us. Otherwise, let's think here. What we need to do is say skill modifiers dot oh, this is manager. The value to modify, and I need to also make sure that we load them up with and create them with maps so that we don't have nil maps. What we're gonna do here is say this. That. And then let's also think here. We should check if we already have this. Got myself all kinds of distracted. So if we We already have, so, thinking if we're gonna end up in race condition territory here, probably. We might have to guard this. And there's a thing that we should, let's hang on. Let's just do this. We'll start with just a basic append. We should do what is it? This. I don't know if it's running or not. Seems like it should be. Ah. I probably don't even need this. Yes, good. Ooh, okay. So we could have in logging. Okay, we already know we need to go look at that anyway. That's fine. It's all in logging. Logging, logging, logging. Game manager. Queue action. Which we new text. Why would that? Let's also just take a look at need to fix. Okay, so we'll need to look at queue action for races. The panic we'll look at when we, or we'll fix when we rip out, go compare. Beta race. If we add actions, test action, test execute action move. But we guard that. Let's look further here. Need to do 171, which is here. Game manager task. At 466. Oh, it's because we inspected directly. Okay, that kind of makes sense. That would possibly be a race, except for it's just a test where we read directly here where we normally wouldn't. We normally actually we could just double check here. Let's do that. But we also need to do that. Can we clean this up? If we do this, then we could say all of that. No, because, yeah, okay. Doesn't have access to the label inside there, which makes sense. And I guess if it fatals, it doesn't matter. Will that... That passes that. Logging, logging, logging. We know we need to fix you. Oh, because you panicked. Okay. On that. We need to run. It's because that's always okay. We need to fix that for sure. But also we can just do this for the sake of getting ourselves unblocked, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is causing something about the race test is causing it to fail because of compare. So we're gonna, here's what we're gonna do. Trash you. We're gonna chuck you back in the trash. We're getting wrapped around the axle here in things that aren't going to deliver value today. By which I mean value in the sense of to our task that we were trying to complete. So we're going to do this. Oh no, this is logging. Fix race conditions. Race test failures, let's do that. And then we need, this is kind of just a task, not really a bug. That. Now let's get back to what we were doing. We'll do our chores later. And then I'll get my headphone wire all untangled. There we go. Minimize you. You can chill for now. We're going to not worry about this just yet. Let me think here. Because things get serialized at the game manager, everything will take it in turns to do its job. So yeah, I think we're okay on not mutexing this, which is preferable because mutexes will slow things down. They're just a necessary evil. Tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna take a break real quick for a couple minutes, stand up, walk around, get a beverage, all that, shake out the stiffness from sitting for the past couple hours. I'll be right back. I have returned. All right. Get rid of you. All right. Then let's go back to what we were doing here. So, apply skill modifier. Do we even check? Because it would have to be... We don't even need to check the duration. We just wanted to refresh. So, for... Blue. Yeah. Index and wait a second. If we... So we apply the modifier name. If that's valid, value to modify. Yes, okay. This should just be skill modifier. If not, then add it. And what we need to do is to also think about the case where we need to remove it. What we should do is say same thing here. Except for it's m dot value to modify. Do we care about that? No. Maybe. Modifier list. Dot name is the same as and dot name. Wait a second. Yes. To the end. Spread out. Return. Otherwise, we will say log an error. We'll do a full print. Like so. Of ourselves. Like so. So, in the case of thinking about, so if we refresh a duration, think about how we handle durations. So what I was gonna do is just defer a go routine to clean up the modifier if it had a duration and have that fire after the duration was complete. But maybe what we should do is say that we have or I wasn't going to defer it, but I was going to trigger a go routine. If we have a method on the modifier struct, maybe, but also maybe not. No, that becomes chaos. So let's think here. It's very unlikely that any modifier will have a duration that's shorter than at least several seconds, right? So we could do We want something to check. Should it be a go routine? They're very lightweight. If we do it once, win. Yeah. If we do it when we load a character. Let's do tests for this first. And I think if we actually, we could just fire it the first time we see anything with a duration come up. Because we might want to tie this into status effects as well. And if we make the character manage its own, this is all server side, so we're fine there. But yeah, I think that's probably fine. Okay, so first things first. What did I change in here? Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do this in a more sane way. Do our commits correctly. Not that. And then we'll just push that. We'll make adding and removing go hand in hand with in the same commit as the tests. That's fine. It'll be okay. Average. Fetched it, didn't open it. So, we're gonna need to test we can get actually, you know what? We don't need that. We never we never use a character immediately after creation. You have to go back to selection and load it. So that won't need to be in there. Unless I'm very mistaken. Let's not do that. Let's actually just do... Did I leave that broken, or did I re-break that? I re-broke that. Because load character... Just gonna take this annoying package out. And what is it actually complaining? Yeah, okay. We're gonna say we're just gonna do this. That. We got read back. We wanted that. It'll be broken because it panicked. Okay. What was actually missing here? This is why I was using diff. It's a little... tricky to spot. Patient 0, 0. Let's do this. Let's see if we can split this up a little bit. If it's easier to read. Yes. So why do you think they aren't deeply equal? It's because this. Because it loads with them. Yeah. Because a nil map and an empty map are not deeply equal, which is deeply frustrating on a semi-regular basis. Now, that let's also, just for fun, logging. I should have done this. All logging. Cool. We can actually check off that because we already fixed it. Since we had to. The rest is still valid. That's fine. Let's do... We haven't even used that yet today. Oh, we'll leave that. It's fine. It can go in the other commit all together. Let's see here. So nope, I lied. Let's put it into a commit for just the just the changes to the manager. I can get pushed, it's fine. Alright, so now we can finally come in here. So we're going to need, let's just grab attribute guy will be fine. So we create, we load. This is all set up. Test, apply skill modifier. So we create him, we load him up, and then we're going to say character manager has a list of valid skills. if we do just had an idea. But we need to for skill modifiers, what we're gonna do is say that actually can I get it by index? No. But I can get this by I can't do that either. Oh, we don't actually have default modifiers. Okay, that's fine. That's actually ideal. We need to make a modifier. We can call you just modifier. We can leave those false actually. This can be attribute to modify can be, this isn't an attribute, it's a skill, is default skills 0 dot skill should be the name, because we put it in skill name. Yes, okay. Then you are skill to modify, of course. +1 will be positive. Duration of nothing for now. That's fine. Apply skill. We need to create skill modifier. Name. If we fail to create that, we can't continue. So we'll do a fatal error. And then we're going to do this. Like so. So we're going to apply skill modifier of test modifier name. This should then skill modifiers will get skill to modify. If it's okay. If it's not okay, skill modifier for this. This. Well, they want these to be that. This is skill to modify. This is skill modifiers. Okay. But if we do have it, then we should have an error. That says let's do that. Let's not do that. Let's just do that. It'll be easier. If it's less than 1, we just fail here. Otherwise, what we want is to say the 0 index test modifier, then we will print them out. And we'll do the same thing we did before for readability. we got this. We wanted that. Something has gone wrong. This modifier is not a valid skill modifier name. Because why? Skill modifiers. Let's take a peek here. I think also character manager. Great skill modifier. Skill modifiers. Modifier name is new modifier, which is you. Ah. Because I messed this up. Nope. No, I didn't. To the debugger. Manager. Valid, or not valid, but skill modifiers. Test modifier. Because eight. So this should have stopped that logging. The logging was not correct. So that's that. Skill modifier for athletics found on character object. This should be not found on character object. And that's because this could be empty. So let's think here. That, like so. Bingo. Because if that wasn't let's do this. Or do we... Nah, it's fine. Because we want this to be empty if there's nothing. And we'll need to double check that in our removal as well to make sure that we don't have empty lists around. Because then we have to go through them. So here we say if the skill modifier exists, we do that. We go through it. Otherwise, on that skill, pardon me. So up here we can say that. And then down here, we can get rid of this. Because if modifier didn't exist, add it to the map. If no modifiers for this skill existed, there. And then that's self-explanatory. You don't need to. This should still pass. good. All of this should pass. Good. Then let's do we need to check the duration. So it's going to look a lot like this, except for our duration will be or it's a duration, not an expiration stamp. So that might be an issue. Let me think here. We need to go with do we need to add duration? We need to add a timeout here, or is there a different way that we want to handle this? Let's think. Let's put this. We just delete it for now. We'll put this kind of off to the side for a second. We'll think about that. Right now, we need to make sure that removing removes skills. Actually, I don't want to do that. I want this setup code. Oh my gosh. Can't type. We need to change that. Actually, I want all this as well. So we need to load our test character after we create it. There we go. Brilliant. Okay, so let's do we need them to be created. We want to test correctly removing one of them. So we're going to need two. So we're going to grab this like so. This will be first modifier. Exclude that. Refactor. This can go away. We'll do that. Same skill. Because we're going to also want to test removing different skills. Just for the sake of completion. That can stay. This can be duplicated. This will be renamed to target modifier. We give it a different name. We have an error. Make sure that we have the correct. We need to add supply. Name. By target modifier name. And then if it's not true, we have bad skill modifier. This length should be 2, but have that. If we don't have that, then we want to actually what we should do here, this should also be based on the name, because this might be used not only internally but also by something else. Like if we had an ability that cleansed somebody's buffs or debuffs, right? That might be a valid use for this. So we still want to do that. We also want to make this based on whether or not the skill modifier is valid. Otherwise, we'll log. Same thing we did above. That. We'll fix that in a second. We'll also up here, we'll make sure that log is indicating which is which. In here, skill modifiers. So it should be value to modify. Name, like so. And then here we'll also want to say if the length of the modifier list is greater than or do we want to, if it's less than 2, then we're going to want to no, because it'll just make an empty map. That's fine. Or an empty slice, rather. So that can stay. That's exactly where it needs to be. Otherwise, that... So up here, if we we want to make sure that we do have, wait, no, that was a fatal, so we're fine. So in the case where we do have what we want to then say remove skill modifier, target modifier name, and then we expect this, if it's not 1, we'll log out what we do have still, and then if this is less than 1, we fail now so that we don't continue. But otherwise, because if we have a bad length for some reason, we might still want to check it. We should have deeply equal the first element should be first modifier still, or in cases where we, completely skip this because it is a 1, we still want to check. So to make sure the right one was removed, we'll say wrong modifier was removed. Should have, or just wanted. Throw this on a new line. Got. Throw this on a new line so it's easier to look at. We got we wanted first modifier. We wanted, or we got char skill modifiers, skills to modify 0. Move you down. Put that in the correct place. That wanted to. We don't have. Did I? Different names. We need to apply skill modifier, multiple modifiers on skill. I was going to do this after we did the handling for, actually no, stacking handling wouldn't even be here. So I guess now is the good time to do this. This should be apply. We're gonna need this can be taken out. This can be like that. Like that. That. You can go away. That. Now we'll need a second. You get different name, same skill. We apply second modifier. Now let's do similar to what we did down here. We'll say that this is just an error though. We'll do that. That. And we'll say that if it's less than 1, well, no. this can be fatal in this case. Rid of this. What we're going to do instead is say that we will compare the 0 index to first modifier. That brackets in the correct place. We got that, wanted that. We do the same thing over, but for first index and second modifier. Like so. Now this should fail because we know it fails in the other. Okay. Should be 2, but we have the first modifier. We didn't log an error. So first time we come through, this fires. We return life is good. Otherwise, or the second time rather, this does exist. So we go through and we know it didn't get overwritten. It's because this is a copy, I believe. No, not manager. Skill modifiers. Ready to modify is this. There we go. And now this. Take a look. Should have 1, but we have a typo. Fix that. So target modifier did not get removed. And that's probably because same reason. And actually here I can do, if modifier list if it's greater than 1, I do this. Else delete that skill modifier from the map. Now that passes. Good. Make sure that this, I forgot to make you unique. Now we're good. Let's do this. We'll do this. We want that to be here. And then let's do first index. So now we need to double check. This should be first modifier dot value to modify. Value to modify. Modifier list length for first modifier skill. You want to do the same thing, but for the second. And then we'll do that. That. Oops. That. That. Let's get this tidied a little bit. And we expect this to just pass. But it doesn't. We fatal there. Oh. It's because this. There we go. We panicked, so it didn't clean up. Now, we're gonna do different skill. Do kind of the same thing here. Like so. This will be that. We do all that. We say that. Sorry, should have muted my mic there. This we'll also want to do for the second. Nope. Target. We're going to replace this with this. And then this should be 0. And then this should be that. Just to make sure it didn't change. Glorious. All right, is there anything else we need to test right this second? Me think I don't think so. This is going to be good for this part. And then let's check here, because I had an idea. This isn't worth the work. It's fine. They can stay separate. Actually, yeah, we can. We can kind of clean this up a little bit. Let's do. This will be that, and then will be that. We will do this, and instead of that, 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 as that, and then we can do and I think this needs to be a pointer. Okay. Yeah, this is not, it's not worth trying to break up. These can, we lose specificity in our errors, which is not as good for consumer experience, right? And we also, it gets more complex to target the correct list. So I would rather have nearly repeated code than harder to read code, right? It's fine. It's a little bit repetition, but it'll be more maintainable. And they may drift over time in the differences between the two as well, so I'm happy with it to stay there as is. Okay. So we need to think about duration stuff. And I think that's gonna look like Probably put it over here. Not active. It'll be and inside of here there'll be a modifier. And we actually probably want to put this over here with the rest of them just for ease of working with. Oops. Not database, manager. Just getting confused where modifier went anyway. So, in a character, we'll need, let's put you up here just for organization. Character will need to pay attention to this. That can be that, it's probably fine. Modifiers with duration. List of modifier. Alright, list of those. So now if we apply a modifier, we do all that. This won't be this. We need to have this, and we want to bother starting and stopping. Yes, it's gonna save us a ton of time when there's things that don't have duration. We're gonna say if plan C dot modifiers with duration is less than 1, break. This can actually be half a second, let's say. So we can loop twice a second. That's kind of the same duration as our event loop currently. Should we make it the same? No, it's not gonna matter. It can stay half a second. We'll throw We'll throw a constant at it. Just so it's not a magic number that's hidden away. So we're gonna want to as we go through here, if it does have a length, then we're gonna say we want to go through our list. We're going to say we'll only do that once instead of if now is after modification to check dot expiration time, then we remove the modifier. Otherwise, we just continue on, that's fine. And that should be okay. Here, what we want to do is say, when we add it, if the we can use no, it should be just 0 if there's nothing. If it's not 0, we'll do this should not be early exit for the win. Yes, indeed. And welcome in, Mr. Argon. Or Miss Argon, whichever it may be. Modifiers should not be modifiers. Let's call this modifier expiration. How's things today for you, Argon? Bored as usual. Well, that's unfortunate that it's usual. Will your MUD support more than 255 players? Theoretically, yes. Doing a proper load test is something that is very much still on my to-do list. It's early days, but because of the way I'm trying to build it, it's supposed to be able to handle lots of different things happening at the same time. Performance tuning that to be a good experience is also going to be a thing we'll have to do. Remember MUDs having these limits, but it was because of some Linux file restrictions, I guess. I don't know that it would be a file restriction. That sounds more like a restriction in the number of players that could be tracked, maybe? How many socket files or something can be opened at the same time? That could be, maybe. It's an interesting thought. 30 years ago, yeah. 255 is very suspicious as a small integer number, right? And I don't know which that would, like, the old stuff was usually written in C or C++, and I don't know which, top of my head, which integer would be that small, but Ultima Online first broke with this, I guess, by having shards. Yeah, I don't know. That could also be something that was very specific to 32-bit stuff, or the 32-bit implementation of sockets. I'm not sure exactly where that would live. There's like 65,537, 6, something like that. There's a whole bunch of sockets. It's one of those big numbers, right? In an OS, and it's been that way for a while. I think it's 65,000. I could be conflating something else. There's a lot of them. That's what I know. So it wouldn't be a socket in the sense of an OS socket with IP and port. That would be that limitation. I would suspect that it would have to do with an array of connected clients and having it manage and maintain that array and its responses and outputs. But in Go, HTTP requests and HTTPS all run in Go routines, and unless I'm very much mistaken, WebSockets should work the same way because they're really just a upgraded, fancier HTTP connection, right? So no, WebSocket. Yeah. My understanding is that underneath they're very similar, but it's an upgrade to, you know, at the nuts and bolts level. I let a library handle that. I don't want to write WebSockets, really. But those should also be living in Go routines as far as I'm aware. So the bottleneck would still use the HTTP protocol. No, it is WebSockets. It's its own protocol. It's on top of an HTTP connection, I believe. It's been a hot second since I looked at it. Because I was I was looking at these sort of questions, right? Where like, how do we do this in a way that is sane? But all of that is very replaceable. If WebSockets won't do what I want at a reasonable scale, I doubt there are MUDs with more than 255 concurrent players anymore in 2025, right? I would like it to be capable of that, though, just because if it's capable of that, it's fast enough, and it'd be nicer to deliver that ability. I don't know. I doubt it. MUDs are very old-fashioned. Some kind of separation of your place. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think... like, even... let's go take a look here. The r/mud subreddit only has 19,000 people total. So this is one of those, or that is one of those problems of it won't matter until it matters, and when it matters, it's a really good problem to have. It means things are going very well for you. Yep. Okay, and then we will, after we create what we should do here is do this, or we could do this. I like this more. Modifier, non-modification. Then just snag all this out of here. What we're gonna do is audio isn't in sync with my video. Oh, interesting. I wonder if that's because I had... Now it lagged hard. I'm showing stable bit rates on my side. So it might be a Twitch issue. Earlier I had a drop that was on my side for sure. It's better now. Okay, excellent. My internet isn't the best in the entire world, but it's mostly okay. Today's actually been really good. I think since the drop off I had, I'm showing about 1.5% drop frames total for the day. Wi-Fi? No, Starlink. It's the best internet in this area. What we're gonna do here is say no your PC to your modem. Yes, but that shouldn't be an issue. Wi-Fi today is much faster than my internet. Getting set up hardline is on my to-do list, but I just needed to do it to route cabling and get it tidied away in raceways and all that. So it's on my to-do list when I have time and funds. It was on my to-do list when I had time, and then I got laid off. So now I job hunt and don't spend money on cable raceways. And then I write mud engines because it's fun, and I just really enjoy the interesting problems that come up that don't... Like, writing enterprise software is just the different set of problems. I don't encounter the same things I have to consider with a game server, and I find it refreshing, and it keeps my skills sharp for, you know, the day I finally managed to get past the ATS system. So this, we want to... No, we don't even need this. We just want to say... These enterprise mostly just mapping data and aggregation from A to B. Yep. We need a rock star developer to join an exciting and dynamic team, redefining the way the world thinks about writing another CRUD app. If name is odd name, yes, I enjoy Dylan Beatty's talks a great deal. Batty, I forget how he pronounces that. His one on just plain text is really, really good. Or only plain text, whatever he titled it. And he's done a couple. He updates it periodically and gives it again. And it's always good. And keeps getting better. Dot expiration time equals... Ooh, this is gonna be problematic. We'll fix it in a second. Expiration time is time dot now dot add dot duration return. Otherwise, if we end up down here, we make a new one and modifiers with duration, modification, reminder entry, but this should not be modification. That. So we're going to end up shooting ourselves in the foot if we do this. What we need is may have jumped the gun completely here. Yes, I did. Okay, let's see. We'll call you not even really a Q. Inspiring modifiers. What do I want you to be? Is Go your first language, or did you choose it because you want to learn something more with it? The latter. I've done a little bit of C. I've done lots of Python. I've done some C#. I've done a little bit of Java. I've written in lots of stuff. And less because I wanted to learn something more with it. I really like Go. It's really nice to work in. And it really wants to be a web language. Therefore, a web project is very Go friendly. When I felt oh no, I love testing in Go. I try to avoid mocking. Mocks are always wrong. Mocks reflect your understanding of the thing being mocked, which changes over time and is often wrong to begin with, right? So I really try to avoid it. Especially in Go, I blur the lines between a unit test and an integration test even more than those are already ill-defined lines. Like, you can kind of pick and choose and pick them apart in other languages to a degree. But in Go, I really, because everything is built in to Go test, I really blur that line and I say, okay, well, so if my character manager is going to exercise code in character database, which is how the manager knows how to interact with the database to pull characters out of it, um, I can just have a container running the database in test. That's going to take very little time to set up. I'll make every test run in its own database instance within that server, right? And then I want it to exercise the real code. And if I break those tests by making a change to the underlying stuff, good. Because I know ahead of time that that's kind of going to be the blast zone if I change that public API. But it's also going to help me to consume that new API and to catch weird edge cases that a mock would pass incorrectly. We used a keycloak library in our code, but had to test the code without a running keycloak, so we had to mock the whole client, which consists of all the REST API functions 100+. Yes. Contract testing can help with some of that if they have an open API spec. Used to be called Swagger, and then somebody decided that it was a terrible name, correctly so, and they rebranded. They don't. RIP. In that case, you can still kind of contract test. It does get trickier. I would stand up, just have an entire mock server that I would run. I've done that before. And it only lives, in the development process on your dev laptop or in the CI/CD pipeline. Like it go runs that, and then you can drive it through config files. I've also used test containers is a package for Go that helps to run test containers in a way that's easier to interact with in your test for things like Elasticsearch, which you're not going to mock that, right? So you might as well just spin up a target. Yeah, test containers is great. I love it. I would rather not use it, but when I have to, I love it. Mostly databases. Yep. RabbitMQ. I've used it for that as well. Databases, it depends. Like for Mongo, I just run a Mongo container, and then my tests, that's actually what I've done here. It just creates a new database for each package. And so you don't have any conflicts going on. They can run in their semi-async way. And as long as you are just mindful of what your code is touching, you can't act on the same entry. You can't just copy paste a test, right? Well, you can, and you're just going to get flaky tests. Just not a good plan. But if they're all different, even if you're not constrained by your indexes or your schema, if they're different within the tests, I haven't had problems with them fighting. And I try to avoid, there's an element of, am I testing my code, or am I testing Mongo's driver or SQLite's driver or whatever, right? So trying to keep that in mind and making sure that you're really just executing your code will also help. It's easy to kind of step off in do too much checking, so to speak. And I'm sure that I have, even in this project in some places, but it's fine. I would rather waste a little time testing too much than not test enough. I've worked with Happy Path testing devs in the past. Once when I worked QA, I was... a comment was made in a meeting about me testing edge cases, like using the back button. Edge cases. Yeah. I was sitting in that meeting just like, what? What? Let's see. I don't love this name. New JS frameworks can't handle standard browser stuff anymore. This was a C# product, and it was UI stuff, but that whole thing was a mess. Middle click for opening a tab? Nope. Yeah. No, actually, tell a lie. That part was... No, yeah, that part was all C# because that was the server installation stuff. But that product had not one, but two UIs. It had the old and busted UI, which I don't even remember what that was. It was just crap. The new UI that all new features were supposed to use was slow and awful and used Backbone JS, I think. Yeah, classic UI. And from the time that I worked there until the time I no longer worked there, they were, they were still in the process of moving. So the users had to have two different UIs in two different tabs. Shortly before I stopped working there, they had new UI _final_ really that was in React, and some new things lived there. Other old things were just taped together between the two old UIs. Absolute dumpster fire. Yep. Enterprise software. Legacy stuff. Yeah. I don't want to call this that. What do I want to call this? I want this to be called something more like... I guess? I don't know. I don't like that either. But it's going to have... So we shouldn't have... Well, we might have stacks. Stacks should be something we support. So we don't want to be too limiting. Let's think here. Maybe we should. Didn't think about stacking. That's unfortunate. We should add a... stack count to the modifier itself. That's not going to fix this problem. What we need is we need to put it behind a mutex. I'm just thinking about the sanest way to structure this. Can still use modifier. What we're gonna want is to put a mutex on this. We'll call it a Q. It's not really one, but that's okay. This will be a list of modifiers. No. Sometimes you are naming types with a capital character and sometimes with a lower character. Is there a meaning behind this? Things that start with a capital letter are exported. Things that do not are private to the package. Good question, though. So, what I'm gonna want and I don't even think I need that. Magic. as in the sense of bad spooky magic, or in the this is magical, I'm riding a unicorn and life is good magic? Go likes its convention over configuration. Configuration in what sense? Like in Java, I would need to write public to make it public. Here I have to know when this starts to happen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see that. It is... Which, you know, now that you mention it, it's kind of funny because Go tends towards verbosity over not, you know? When I first started writing Go, the error equals nil pattern, I was just like, this is disgusting and ugly and verbose and I hate it. But having come back around and written a lot more Go, I've seen the value of how readable Go is. And I now enjoy that aspect. So in that world, it's kind of crazy that they've gone with capital and under lowercase over like a public and a private. That is kind of a funny conflict of ideals, or approaches. I don't know what you want to call it. Performance loss. I don't think there's really a performance loss. I don't think that, I mean, yes, you're doing work, but so little. When you're looping, etc. I don't think that it would add up to enough to matter. 10,000 times a second you feel, maybe? Not sure. I've never needed to worry about the performance on that level. Well, Go Bench has your back. You can write a thing that does that, and then you have to be careful because the compiler might optimize it away if you run it in Go Bench, if nothing ever throws an error. So you might need to have like one error that gets thrown and copied or something. And just see what the actual... I'm not completely sure. I haven't done a massive amount of Go benchmarking just because it's fast enough. Like, benchmarking and performance tuning is expensive in time, and usually as long as you write with a reasonable awareness of what you're doing, it's just not gonna matter. Like, it won't. Like, you're gonna eat more milliseconds in network latency calling your service from wherever than you will in the actual code, unless you've made it completely wrong. Make it work, make it right, make it efficient. Yeah, kind of. I wish I could argue with that, but I can't. I once had a manager ping me on Slack and say, "Hey, what are you doing with your database service to make it fast? Because you return in a couple seconds from a query, but our consuming service is spending, or a couple milliseconds rather, but our consuming service is spending 3 times that." And I'm like, I just wrote good code. There's no magic here. I didn't do any fancy flags. I have some indexes where it makes sense. That's about it. Written so many MVPs. That probably means that most of them were not VPs. Which is the nature of the world. Yep. And then let's make you that. Because what we need is to be smarter about this and about this. So we go through here. We're gonna say for KV in this, why is that not happy? Ah, right. Because that. There we go. Over the expirations. What we're gonna do. That's fine. I'm gonna do a lock and an unlock. And then in here, we now have strings and time. So we're going to rename this in a second. That. we not have... Oh, right. It's just V. So this is actually... I did that wrong again. This is modifier, not modification. Get out of there. Over here. And then you are that. And then it's not actually... Do we remove? Or do we... We need to do... We want to be able to decrement them. Removing entirely can stay, because they're different use cases, right? Or does remove always decrement, and then just decrementing to nothing. No, because you might want to support like an ability to remove a debuff or something, right? Where it just takes it away completely. It doesn't just remove one stack. Or maybe it does remove one stack. That's for the ability to decide. I just need to support both. And then in case of decrementing to 0, decrement needs to just handle removing. Easy. Okay. So. To do that. And then it would unlock, and then it would sleep. We'll come back and fix that when we support it. This needs to be... Add the entry. In the case of this, just needs to be add. We'll add a different one to refresh. This will be... Should we worry? Rid of this for a second. We're not ready to think about that. Should we always no, we shouldn't. We'll leave that here. Let that worry about whether or not to add it. We will say C dot modification, modifier expiration queue, lock, defer, the unlock, and then we we might want to have because we're going to have multiple timers. This should be a no. We're going to need because we need to be able to queue up multiple expirations if it's a stack. Do I want to... About to think about this a little bit. Because it would be good to still have it go through, evaluate when they happen, fire them. It'll decrement them as appropriate. So we need to map something else. I don't really want a list of maps. That seems silly. We're also going to need an increment. While I'm thinking about it. Could call it this. And then I could say could use a UUID. Or I don't even need that if this is just a list of expiration stamps. instead of a map. Because then I can come through here. This becomes expiration stamp. Nope. Sure, that's fine. Then dot expiration time. This is an index now. Remove skill modifier expiration dot modifier name. This should call decrement instead. Yes, okay. And then expirations 2i I+1 to end. Expand that. And because for mutex we're safe there. And now it is kind of more of a queue. Not strictly a queue, but closer. It does make more sense. So to add a thing, we lock and then we say name, add mod dot duration. Then we add give expiration and life is good? Question mark. Probably. This, however, needs to be a pointer because we can't copy mutexes. That breaks things. And we need not there, but here. What did I call you? That. This should give me defaults, right? 0 value, yes. I think that is everything I need for that. No. I don't need this on create. I need this on load. Because put it up here. Except for that's not. That is what I want. Okay. And then that. What if it... What if it stacks? And... No, we're still good here. If it stacks and we want it to refresh as well, then we don't make a new minder entry. We just refresh. It calls decrement, so we're good. If we want the stacks to fall off and just be a race to keep them up, if it's that kind of a thing, then we just add entries and they'll fall off as they go. So we're good. We still need to lock this, defer, the unlock, and say for index expiration in the queues, expirations if the expiration the modifier name is this name, then time is the duration over again, and we're done. Otherwise, it'll keep going. That's fine. Done. Easy. Now, I have been going for way longer than I should have. We'll do chores and the other things tomorrow. Okay. Tidy up for the day. I think we're good. All right. That was a productive day. Happy with that. Thank you to everybody who joined me here. Love to see you again sometime. But until tomorrow at the same time, schedule down below. Tomorrow at that time, I'll be back. Until then,